Good morning from North Brunswick, New Jersey. The Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open first round qualifying about to get started here at Brunswick Zone Carolier. We're going to bowl 8 games here in round 1 for Squad A. Squad B will be on the lanes later on today. To start things off, we've got Claire Guerrero, Jennifer Higgins, Krista Vikers, Mandy Wilson, DeAndres Beatty, Melissa Kramer, and Cassie Luthold. I'm Lucas Wiseman of Bowl TV on Extra Frame, along with Matt Cannizzaro, who has cashed in 2 of his past 3 regional PBA events. And we are underway, game 1. As Deandra steps up. I'm sure, Matt, you enjoyed that introduction there.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I get to spend the week here in the major leagues, called up for the final event of the PWBA season here, the final open event, I should say.
So it's 8 games each round for 3 rounds. So 24 games of qualifying. Cut to the top third for another 8 games. And then we cut to the top 24 for round robin match play. It's a long format event, much different than what we have been watching the last 8 or 9 weeks on the PWBA Tour, where they have been short duration events. This is a long format event where the players will bowl an awful lot of games. If you make the cut in the match play, you'll end up bowling 56 games this week, plus maybe a couple of more in the stepladder finals. And the pattern this week is, again, no cakewalk. Last week we had a really tough pattern. It was the short, flat pattern. This week's pattern is pretty flat as well, but a little bit longer, 39 feet. The ratio up front is 1.5 to 1, but down lane it's closer to 1 to 1, so it's still pretty flat pattern. You can find the lane pattern at pwba.com on tournaments details for this event. We also have live scoring available this week at pwba.com/live. If you'd like to see the frame-by-frame for any of the lanes across the bowling center, and also the round 1 pairings at pwba.com/live, so you can see what pair the bowlers are moving to each game. And before anybody asks, we have only 48 lanes on the live scoring. There are 82 lanes here at Brunswick Zone Carolier, but we are only using 1 to 48 this week.
Lucas, some pretty top-tier players here on our featured pairs in our opening game. Definitely a chance to get a good gauge of how things are going to look throughout the week. I know not a lot of strikes thrown last week on a tough pattern, and the U.S. Open always a little bit more grueling. And again, a long format, you definitely get your money's worth of your entry fee here. But we'll definitely see, as cliche as it is, the cream rise here as the players make their way through 56 games.
That's exactly right, Matt. The long format events like this tend to favor the elite level players. The more games you have, the more likely it is that a player like Kelly Kulik, Liz Johnson, those types will, Stephanie Johnson, our points leader, will be near the top of the standings.
Well, you mentioned the points list and the points leader, Stephanie Johnson. This, of course, the final qualifying event for next week's event. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about that and what's on the line here this week.
Yeah, the top 2 bowlers in the PWBA points list get buys. A lot of buys. They get onto the show for the Tour Championship next week, seeded in. And so important to finish first or second in the points list. Right now it's Stephanie Johnson with a pretty good lead, and Diana Zaviolova is second, but it's 1.5 points this week. So it's 50% more points than a standard event. So a lot of points on the line. And also the the PWBA Tour Championship is only 16 bowlers, and it includes all of the champions from this season. And then the rest of the field is filled out by the points list. So we will finalize that field this week as well.
Well, two-time winner Liz Johnson certainly in the mix. She won the Queens to start off this PWBA season. A return to action for the PWA for the first time since 2003, and she kicked it off with the major win there in Green Bay, and then she won again just last week.
Yeah, first two-time winner on tour this season.
So she already was locked into the Tour Championship after her win at the Queens, and missed a couple of events for other commitments. She's also our defending champion here at the U.S. Women's Open, last held in 2013. So she is hoping to at least hang on to that first round bye, and perhaps even make her way into the top two and get on to the final round, the semifinals of the TV show. So a lot at stake here. Most importantly, I think, the $50,000 top prize at the U.S. Women's Open.
So we've got 6 champions this season who were eligible to earn spots in the Tour Championship, which leaves 10 more spots available for next week based on the points list. And as of right now, it would be Kelly Kulik, Shannon Plahowski, Danielle McEwen, Anna Caldwell, Missy Parkin, Christina Wendell, Erin McCarthy, Rocio Restrepo, Claire Guerrero, and Maria Jose Rodriguez who would get in, with Lindsay Boomershine, Shannon O'Keefe, Jody Westner, Jackie Carbonetto, DeAndres Beatty, all kind of right behind them, trying to fight to get in, and it'll all be decided based on points this week. It's all pretty close, and there's a lot more points available here at the U.S. Women's Open.
Well, all these standard events, the top 16 have advanced to match play, and I think Lindsay Boomerstein has gotten a little bit of a reputation as being number 17. She's been right around the number, close to it, for many of these events, and now she's one spot out looking in to the Tour Championship. So,
and it all depends who wins this week as well. If somebody who is outside of that top 10 wins this week, that would make it only 9 players from the points list would advance.
Well, and you mentioned a couple of players not eligible for the Tour Championship, of course, because they were not PWB members.
Jezreel Tan didn't get a spot because she wasn't a member, and then Shannon O'Keefe won the mixed doubles event, but that event did not count towards points or Tour Championship spot. It was only a title. So those are the 2 titles this year that did not count towards that Tour Championship spots. And if a non-member wins this week, then that person does not get the spot in the Tour Championship. It would go to the points list.
And of course, the points playing a role in Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year, of course. So many great players here, and so many that did not have the opportunity to enjoy the tour prior to 2003. So this year's rookie class is pretty spectacular.
It is. That's probably the best rookie class in the history of the tour. Right now, Stephanie Johnson is the leader for both Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year. Diana eligible for both as well.
So pretty simple. Points will determine both.
Nice split conversion there for Jen Higgins.
So it's a pretty fair way to decide.
Yeah, we'll know. It may come down to the show as to who makes this week as to who makes the Tour Championship on the points.
Certainly has been a whirlwind dream summer for dozens of these players. Most of the fields on this year's schedule limited to about 80 players, you'd say, pretty good average. Of course, the major events this week, 150 plus.
Yeah, we had full fields just about everywhere we went this summer. Of course, we have a lot of capacity here, so this event not sold out, but 155 was the last count that I saw number of women who are competing this week. And it is 2 squads, so B squad will be on the lanes at 2:30 this afternoon, Eastern time. Once again, live scoring at pwba.com/live, along with the pairing sheet so you can see what pair all of the bowlers are on each game. And it is an 8-game block this week, so it will take longer than normal, about 5 hours, 5.5 hours to bowl. But the good news is only 4 on a pair instead of 5 on a pair like we've had at a lot of stops this year, so that'll help to speed things up a little bit. Don't expect the scores to be too high again this week on another tough pattern. Our staff in the tournament office, Kathy Wadka, Damon Sirocco will be getting the scores updated after each game for us. If you're watching the live scoring and you want to know where Kelly Kulik is bowling, she's on 17 and 18. That's currently the most popular pair on our live scoring.
Kelly, of course, a local favorite from nearby Union, New Jersey. Has also had some great success at the U.S. Women's Open. 3-time winner, joining Liz Johnson.
And I want to say that Kelly said she lives maybe 20 minutes from here. It's not that far of a commute. She can actually sleep in her own bed this week. See a front 5 to our left on 31 and 32. Danielle Marino. She's the only one that has started with a string of strikes here in game 1. We've got 8 games of qualifying today, 8 games tomorrow, 8 games on Thursday before we make the cut to the top third, who will bowl an additional 8 games of qualifying and then cut to the top 24. Former Team USA member Mandy Wilson bowling this week. She leaves the 4-pin. Another former Team USA member, Jen Higgins, also on that pair. Deandra Beatty, also a former Team USA member.
Here's a little known fact for you, Mr. Wiseman. I got to spend a few of my early years about 6 miles from here. How about that? Came here on rainy days from summer camp. That's where it all started for me.
Nice.
Back in the old neighborhood, checking things out. Certainly has changed a little bit in the last 20 years since I was here to visit.
I could imagine. This is definitely a very bowling savvy part of the country as well. We had last week Detroit, which is probably the top bowling market in the country. And up here they've got a very bowling savvy fans as well.
I've told Deandra this story about 30 times, I think, since I've known her since college. This is where I met her husband back in the old days, too. He's a Jersey boy, not in town this week. Hard at work back home in Chicago. I'm sure Carolyn Doran Ballard will be a fan favorite here.
Yeah, she's from Jersey. I know she was very excited to be back in the area this week. Well, Danielle Marino, who had the front six, finally missed. She left a 6 count to end her string of strikes. A lot of the players just settling in here. Game 1, round 1, long road ahead to get to the show this week. Kelly Kulik's down on 17 and 18 if you want to follow her on the live scoring. She currently has 82 in the 5th and a strike in the 6th. So Kelly not exactly off to a hot start down there. But
Lucas,
it's still early.
I can tell you, for as many U.S. Women's Open as I've covered, I've spoken to Kelly many, many times.
Oh, yeah.
She always finds a way.
She's always in the mix.
Whether it's a slow start, I feel like for the most part, in qualifying at least, it's been a lot of Kelly or Liz, Kelly or Liz.
Yep.
And rightfully so, two of the best players and best shot makers around. You put them on a demanding condition, they can certainly keep the ball in play. Differently, of course, Liz likes to play them hard and straight, and Kelly can really get in and wheel it. And, you know, in the ladies' field, a lot of times they'll play the lane to the right for the most part, and really all that does is help open them up for Kelly so she can get left and boom it off the dry that they've created to the right. Always fun to watch, you know, those two as well as so many others, always in and around the number.
Well, the difference this year being that versus the past dozen years where there were no other events leading up to the U.S. Women's Open, this year there's a lot of players who have bowled for the last 10 weeks who are a lot sharper than they would normally would be. And I'm sure they're going to try to give Kelly and Liz a run for their money this week.
So that's definitely something that came up in my pre-tournament conversation with Liz Johnson. Chatted with her last week about coming in as the defending champ. And she mentioned that exactly, that so many of these players, they're used to having just two big events each year, the Queens and the U.S. Women's Open. And now they've had a steady schedule. And I said it when I was in Lubbock, and I'll say it again. Just top to bottom, the field was pretty incredible. And even though there has been no women's professional bowling for more than a decade, we pretty much knew all of the players, and we've seen them all, whether it was in college or junior Team USA, or internationally. And they found a way to stay sharp, and they were good then, and now it's been, you know, almost 10 weeks later, and you know they are sharp. Certainly, the field has caught up to those elite players who made a living traveling the world bowling, and it's pretty stellar. And I'm sure they're all very grateful for the opportunity to have, you know, this long schedule and all this bowling to do over the summer. And you're right, we could see some new faces in the mix here in New Jersey. And in talking to some of the players too, we're seeing some wear and tear and some injuries and some different things that they're definitely not used to. It's hard to get used to bowling as much as they do. Just in a traditional week here on the tour, they'll arrive on Thursday. They'll have a practice session. They'll come back bright and early Friday morning, have another hour practice session. So 3 hours of practice already, plus some pro-ams mixed in occasionally on Thursday night or Friday. And then 2 6-game blocks of qualifying. So already Friday jam-packed. And then for those who advance to the top 16, another 16 games of match play before the step ladder. So for some players, you know, bowling as many as 28 competition games plus the step ladder, 3 hours of practice before each round in the pro-ams. It can certainly wear on you.
A lot of them are pretty beat up, not only physically but mentally as well, especially after last week's PWBA Detroit Open, where the pattern was brutal and really took a toll on them mentally. And this week, it's going to be kind of the same thing.
Looking around a little bit, spares overrated for Ida Anderson. Working on a 6-bagger, 1 pair to our right. And a couple of opens early in game 1 here.
Yeah, not too many big strings of strikes out there here in this opening game, as you would probably kind of expect on a pattern like this. And again, if you want the information on the pattern, you can go to pwba.com. It's on tournaments, and then the details for the U.S. Women's Open.
Well, this event with a history and tradition of being a challenge. Spares very, very important. Getting good count as well, not giving pins away. And unlike the queens, all pins carry over here at the U.S. Women's Open.
Yes, they do. That's why the stepladder finals for the U.S. Women's Open end up usually being the top players on tour. Tenth frame of our opening game here at the Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open. Looks like Mandy Wilson and Jen Higgins are the only two on our featured pairs who can get to 200 this game. Ida Anderson off to our right. She is going to be at 247 with a strike on the fill. She ended up getting 8 for 245. One of the higher totals I've seen in this opening game. Mandy Wilson can strike out for 245. Instead, she's going to be in the 230s. My final shot of game 1 here on our featured pairs. Jen Higgins going to be at 199. 198 for Jen with that 10 pin on the fill.
All right, so game 1, all done. Game 2 coming right up. Players are making the move. We'll have that for you in just a minute. Stay tuned.
All right, first shot of game 2. We've got Jackie Reese, Catherine Sutphin, Danielle Marino, Noelle Mancini. They are on 37 and 38, which is the right pair. 35 and 36 of Karen DeSantis, Sandra Anderson, Jackie Carbonetto, and Shanna Shapowski. right, so both pairs underway now. Game number 2. Bowling 8 games. This is A squad. It's the first time since the Queens we've been broken up into squads. So B squad will be coming up this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And we do it all again tomorrow and Thursday as well. Friday we will have our top third bowl another 8 games in the morning. Cut to the top 24 for round robin match play. Friday afternoon is the first 8 games of match play, and then we'll have 16 games on Saturday. And our TV show on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on CBS Sports Network. just looking over the PWBA Tour Championship projected bracket that we have. And if you'd like to see that, you can go to pwba.com, click on tournaments and the details for the Tour Championship. As of this moment, coming into this event, Stephanie Johnson and Diana Zaviolova will be on the show, as they would have the buys as the top 2 seeds. And then first round buys would go to Liz Johnson and Kelly Kulik as the number 3 and 4 seeds. That bracket also shows you who would be matched up against who in each match to kick off the bracket and how it would shape up. Once again, you can find that at pwba.com. Tournaments page for the PWBA Tour Championship just updated. In game 2 of our first squad of qualifying here at the Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open from Brunswick Zone Carolier in North Brunswick, New Jersey. Just getting settled in here. This is game number 2 of 8 for the A squad. B squad will be coming in at 2:30 today. Looks like you could follow the totals of the players plus minus on our scoreboards, at least for this round. Jackie Reese sitting at plus 14, high on our featured pairs. Jackie with a 5th place finish last week in Detroit, just missed the show by 27 pins. About halfway through game 2. Sander Anderson having the best game on our featured pairs so far. Spare 3-bagger for the Swede. Anderson gets the 9 to fall forward into the 4 to break up the split and get the strike. Anderson trying to keep the string alive, and she does. It's 5 in a row for Sandra Anderson. Scores already seem a little bit better than last week. All right, we've got updated standings for you. Daria Pajak, 267. She's an amateur from Poland who bowls at Weber International. Second place, Paola Gomez Roberts of Colombia at 247. Camilla Dahmers of Aruba at 245. Ida Anderson of Sweden at 245. So our top 4 are all internationals.
So I guess that answers my my earlier question about how significant the international flavor is here this week.
Yes. Jody Westner, 235. Lindsay Bummersheim, 233. Mandy Wilson, 232. Sandra Gongora, 231. Shannon Pulaski, 222. Jackie Reese, 214. That's your top 10 after game 1. Find those standings at pwba.com/live. There were a total of 22 bowlers who were 200 or better average. Once again, the standings at pwba.com/live. Updated after that first game. Jackie Reese off to a pretty good start to the tournament. 214 first game. Here in game 2, spare, double, spare, triple. She currently sits in 10th place. Got lucky to break up the split there, leaving just the 4-pin.
Game 2 of qualifying coming to a close here. There's our final couple of frames coming right up. Again, you're watching live coverage of the 2015 Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open here at Brunswick Zone Carolier, North Brunswick, New Jersey. This is Matt Cannizzaro, Lucas Wiseman here. He just went to check on the live scoring, and he'll be right back here. Game 2 of 8. On our opening round of qualifying here. Great mix of players. International stars coming out for this final open event of the PWBA season. Seasoned veterans. A lot of youngsters out here as well, chasing their dreams. Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers. You can find all the details and the standings at pwba.com. So final frame coming up here. Karen DeSantis will be the first to finish up here in game 2. The left-hander, spare and count, put her in the 170s. Here's Carbonetto. She leaves the 4-pin on lane 36. Could have got to 203. She was even after the opening game, and even pretty good score here at the U.S. Women's Open. Always a challenging lane condition. If you'd like to check that out, you can visit pwba.com. Take a look at the graph and all the pretty colors. Show you what's what here on this 39-foot pattern. Our other pair, 37 and 8, getting ready for the 10th frame here. Katie Sutphin with the tough split. She'll give it a run, and she gets it. So she will be in the 2 teens here, working her way back towards that plus number. DeSantis finishes with 169. Anderson, big shot there. Trying to get to the 230s. Minus 14 to start. 186, not a bad score at all. We have 24 games of qualifying before we cut to the top third of the field. Jackie Reese having a good game too through the 10th frame here, but 2-8-10 split. Troublesome. Anderson doubles up in the 10th. Sutphin finished with 214.
She almost made that split there. It's pretty close. It's a tough one to make, but the pin was pretty close to catching the back of the 10 pin. Score's definitely not too bad in this second game for some of the players. I mean, you got a lot of players who are shooting 170, 160. But you've also got some players with some decent games out there here in game number 2.
Well, definitely some great players overall. No surprise there. And again, you mentioned how sharp many of them are coming in after this long PWBA swing.
Well, that brings to an end game 2 on the featured pairs. It'll be just a few minutes before we get started with game 3. Looks like both our pairs just finishing up. Game number 2, and they'll be coming over to our featured pairs here momentarily. Names are up, ready to get started. Nicolette, Arnone, Kimberly Donahue, Shannon Sellens, and Rana Bogan on 37 and 38. 35 and 36 on the left side of your screen, Angie Ramirez, Alice Kuhn, Jessica Aiza, and Kelly Callahan. Looks like the player with the best total after 2 on these 2 pairs would be Shannon Sellens at plus 11. Everybody else, negative territory. Although Angie Ramirez and Kelly Callahan only at -4 and Alice Kuhn only at -17. So we're moving right along at a pretty good pace this morning. Already in game 3. Our second squad will be on the lanes at 2:30 this afternoon. And the afternoon squad today, there's no re-oil. They bowl on the burn. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays this afternoon. And then tomorrow, this squad, the A squad, bowls on the burn in the afternoon. Round 3 qualifying is fresh for both squads to make it fair and equitable so that everybody bowls 2 squads on the fresh and 1 squad on the burn for qualifying. But a lot of games, 24 games of qualifying, cut to the top third for 8 more games Friday morning, and then we go to top 25, top 24 for match play Friday night and all day Saturday. TV show, top 4 at 1 p.m. Eastern time on CBS Sports Network. Still waiting on the updated standings to come in. We'll let you know when we have the update. Just a couple of frames into game number 3 here in our opening round of qualifying at the Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open. Next week, the PWBA Tour season wraps up with the PWBA Tour Championship. Next Friday, we will have a full day of matches for you here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. And then the TV show is Sunday. Week from Sunday, PWBA Tour Championship TV show. All right, updated standings. Jody Wessner is now in the lead at plus 47. Daria Pajak is second at plus 44. Paola Gomez Roberts at plus 39. Ida Anderson plus 36. Camilla Dahmers plus 31. Lindsay Boomershine is sixth place at plus 29. Jackie Reese at plus 25. Carrie Smith plus 18. And tied for ninth place is Linda Barnes and Sandra Anderson. Once again, both at plus 17. Only have 16 players who are averaging more than 200 for the first two games. Alice Kuhn with the front three to start, stepping up right now on lane 36. Turns it into the front four. So Alice off to a good start here in game three. Shannon Sellen's spare double to start this game. She is sitting at plus 11. Alice Kuhn, left side of your screen, front four. Misses the head pin to the right, leaves the 1-2-8. Standings available at pwba.com/live, as well as live scoring and pairing sheets, so that you can will help you track your favorite player and what pair they're going to each game. Shannon Sellen's off to a hot start this game. Spare four-bagger. See if she can continue the hot streak. Needs that one to hook a lot. Ends up getting half the pins. As her string comes to an end with the super washout. Looks like our leader, Jody Wessner, is bowling well again this game. She's at plus 47. And going into the 10th frame, she can shoot 258 this game. She's down on 19 and 20 if you want to follow her on the live scoring. Couple more frames to go. Game number 3 of 8 on our featured pairs here in our opening round of qualifying. Well, we've only got one player on our featured pairs who's got any sort of string of strikes. Well, Angie Ramirez just got a double, so that'll start a string for her. But Jessica Aiza has got 4 in a row. Heading into the 9th frame, just getting ready to bowl on lane 36 here momentarily. Good finish there by Jessica. She gets to 252, and that will put her at minus 24 for the tournament. But that's still a great turnaround because she was minus 76 going into that game. And moves her up quite a bit as we close out game 3 here in our opening round of qualifying. Final shots of game number 3. Once again, Jessica Isa with 252, the star of the pair in this game. Shannon Sellens with a double in the 10th puts her at 218 max with 1 shot to go, and that will push her to plus 29. Players moving to their next pair. Shannon Sellens 1 shot to go here to wrap up this game. Should be just about ready to get started with game 4. So we're going to have Sandra Gagora, Stephanie Casey, Amanda Schuster, and Almi Guerra. 35 and 36. And 37 and 38 will be Erin Bowlmor, Paola Gomez-Roberts, Carolyn Buono, and Ashley Shiramonti. Stephanie Casey +2 behind that pair, and Erin Bowlmor +30 high on 37 and 38. Erin with 258 last game. That's how she got to +30. Obviously was -28 prior to that game. So we're in game 4 of 8 here, opening round of qualifying at the U.S. Women's Open. Should have some updated standings for you. After 3 games, it is Lindsay Boomershine in the lead now, plus 106. Lindsay must have bowled a big second game, or third game, I should say. Jody Westner at plus 83. Ida Anderson at plus 51. Daria Pajak at plus 47. Danielle Marino is 5th place at plus 39. Erin Bolver at plus 30. Shannon Sellens plus 29. Jen Higgins plus 27. 9th place is Camilla Dahmers at plus 26. And 10th place, Gabriella Mayfield at plus 25. Lindsay Boomershine, your leader at plus 106 after 3 games today. Sandra Gongora with the front four as she gets ready to step up on lane 36, right in front of us here. Sandy at minus 33 for the first 3 games. Goes a little high, leaves the 9 pin. Some applause. It's because Kelly Kulik is on the pair to our left. She's gone spare 4-bagger to start this game. Kelly, of course, a crowd favorite. Just about all the stops, especially here where she's from, this area here in New Jersey, about 20 minutes away. Kelly lives from here. Not too many strings of strikes on our featured pairs this game. Almiguera has 3 in a row after a couple of early opens. Gondora bowling pretty well. Guetta still the only one with a decent string on our featured pairs. We've got 4 in a row, 2 frames to go. Sandy with a double. Going into the 10th, she'll have a chance to shoot 255 this game, which would put her into plus territory at the halfway point of the block. Big finish by Gongora gets her into the 250s this game. So a big turnaround here in game 4 for Sandy, as she will move from minus 33 to plus 22 with a strike. Game 4 wrapping up. Like we said, Sandy Gongora 254 high on our featured pairs this game. Almiguero at the open in the 10th only got to 196. 37 and 38 still finishing up this game. Coming up on 35 and 36 for game 5. Gonna have Carrie Smith, Lindsay Boomershine, Leslie Bone, and Nicole Bauer. And 37 and 38 is going to be Selena Broderick, Brittany Morris, Heather Helmbrecht, and Kelly Kulik. Looks like the highest total on our featured pairs, Carrie Smith at plus 17. Kelly Kulik made the last few shows here on the PWBA Tour this season. Hasn't had a victory yet this year, but she's been close. Starts off with a strike. Had 222 last game. She's at minus 34. Updated standings coming in momentarily here after 4 games, so stand by for that. Looks like Lindsay Boomershine at plus 109, Jody Westner plus 92, Daria Pajak plus 59 along with Jen Higgins. 5th place, Danielle Marino at plus 30. 6th is Julie Ospek at plus 29. 7th place is Sandra Gongora, plus 21. Carrie Smith and Cassie Luthold at plus 17. And 10th place is Erin Bolber at plus 16. So that's your top 10 after 4 games. So halfway through round 1 for the A squad. Only 12 bowlers sitting at a 200 average or better. Jackie Reese plus 9, Lily Roble of Mexico plus 4. Those are all the players who are plus after 4 games. Double to start for Kelly Kulik. As we are in Game 5 here at the Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open.
All right, folks, you're watching Game 5 of 8 here on our opening block of qualifying at the 2015 Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open here at Brunswick Zone Carolier in North Brunswick, New Jersey. This is Matt Canizaro, Lucas Wiseman in town as well. We'll have wire-to-wire coverage for you leading up to the TV show on CBS Sports on Sunday. All the details for this week's event available at pwba.com. You can see the schedule, rosters, who's on what pairs, and of course the updated standings after each game. And through 4 games, Lindsay Boomershine is your leader at plus 109. She's on our featured pair here. $35-6. That's our left-hand pair. $37-8 on the right. Kelly Kulik, a 3-time U.S. Women's Open champion, is in 26th place at minus 34, but she started here Game 5 with 3 in a row. She'll be stepping up here momentarily. Obviously, you can tell the plus or minus on our left-hand pair not correct, as again, Lindsay Boomershine is our leader at plus 109. Kelly's pair looks to be correct though, as her minus 34 is accurate through 4 games. Unfortunate break for Kulik, and the crowd moans behind us. She is a local favorite here from Union, New Jersey, not too far away. So no doubt we'll see Kelly's fan club following her throughout the venue, and if you're a Kelly fan or your favorite player is here somewhere, you can check out the live scoring as well. Big center here, 82 lanes. We're only using 48 for the U.S. Women's Open, so you can find that again at pwba.com. You can watch your favorite players as they make their way across the center here.
So in the back half of game number 5 here, continued coverage of qualifying here at the 2015 Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open. This is the A squad bowling on a fresh lane condition. B squad will be coming up this afternoon. They'll bowl on the burn, then the flip-flop for tomorrow. B squad will be on the lanes first, and A squad will be here for the afternoon shift. And on Thursday, everybody will get fresh for the final round of qualifying. And after 24 games, 3 8-game blocks over 3 days, the field will be cut to the top third. And those bowlers will return for 8 more games. Pinfall will carry over. And after 32 games, the field will be cut to the top 24. For round robin match play. At the end of it all, after 56 games, pinfall and bonus pins from match play will all carry over, and the top 5 will advance to the step ladder finals. So very simple format here, but a lot of games on a very challenging lane condition. And if you have any questions about the schedule or the oil pattern this week, all is available at pwba.com. So check that out. If you have any questions, of course, feel free to reach out, let us know. You can find us on social media, both the PWBA and USBC, available on every platform, Facebook, Twitter. You can also find us individually. You can find me on Facebook, Matt Canizar, USBC, or on Twitter at USBCMatt. And for Lucas Wiseman, on Twitter, it's Lucas_Wiseman. So glad to help you out, answer any questions. Pretty straightforward this week, though. This is the final qualifying or final open event of the 2015 PWBA Tour season. It's been a good run, going back to May when the USBC Queens kicked things off. Essentially, we've traveled the country here. After that, going from Sacramento all the way to here to New Jersey, so coast to coast for many of these players who have bowled every event. After this week, 16 players will advance to the PWBA Tour Championship. All winners this season who are PWBA members automatically will advance, and the rest of the field will be filled out from the points list. The top 2 players on the points list will be seeded all the way into the semifinals of that 16-player bracket, and the next 2 in the standings, number 3 and 4, each will receive 1 bye, and then the remaining 12 players will battle it out, trying to get to the finals, take home a $20,000 top prize. And here in New Jersey this week, $50,000 on the line. Your defending champion is Liz Johnson. U.S. Women's Open last was held in 2013. And she is back on the lanes this week, looking to make it 2 in a row and 4 overall. She won last week in Detroit. So getting hot at the right time. There's the big money on the line the next couple of weeks here. Again, if you want to check out the schedule or the details on this week's event or the Tour Championship, you can visit pwba.com. All right, so the foundation frames here, getting ready for the conclusion of game number 5. Again, 8 games happening here on A squad. Then we'll make way for B squad to come in. All right, so 10th frame underway. Carrie Smith going to finish things off first on our left-hand featured pair. She came into this game in a tie for 8th place at plus 17. So she'll lose at least a couple of sticks here, but she can get to 198. That's a very good score here, obviously. There's only 12 players plus on A squad. It's like 76 on this squad. Should be 77 on the B squad. Leslie Bone not far behind in a tie for 14th place at -4. And she'll get back in the black here. She still has 238 max score. It'll be a huge jump for her. So 194 for Smith. She'll lose 6 pins. That'll put her at plus 11. And Bone finishes at 237. So she'll go to plus 33. That'll be good for the top 10 most likely. Keelik continuing to string strikes here. It's 5 in a row for her going into the 10th frame. Possible 256. That'll get her back in the positive as well. Lindsay Boomershine having a nice game 5. Gets the 10 to go there. She's plus 109 coming in, leading Jody Westner by 17 pins. Keelik trying to make it 6 in a row here. And I think as these blocks progress, she'll get stronger and stronger. And she's
one of the few players that really can get left and boom it. And I think with 8 game blocks, especially on the burn, she definitely will be able to do that and play off the drive for the players that play to the right, like Carolyn Doran Ballard. She tends to play a little bit straighter, and a lot of traffic out there will allow the lanes to open up for players like Kelly. Lindsay Boomerstein, pretty good at getting left as well. Erin McCarthy can do that. So Kelly finishes with the last 7 for 256. That gets her to plus 22. Nice move there, and her and Lindsay creeping left here as we get towards the end of the block. So I can't imagine where they'll end up at the end of tomorrow's block when it's on the burn. Boomerstein 248. So get to plus 157. And the rest of the crowd struggling here in game 5, but that wraps up. We'll have new players and game 6 coming right up here. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching live coverage of the 2015 Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open.
All right, game 6 of 8 underway. We've got Maria Jose Rodriguez, Camila Dahmers, Jody Wessner, Jessica Peters on 35 and 36. And on the right pair, Brittany Hemmelreich, Kayla Bandy, Lily Roble, and Gabriella Mayfield. As soon as we get the updated standings after game 5, we will let you know. Give you the update. Jody Wessner's bowled pretty well today. She's sitting at plus 107 coming into this game. updated standings after 5 games coming in. We've got Lindsay Boomershine still in the lead at plus 157 as Lindsay continues to bowl well, averaging 231.4 so far today for 5 games. Jody Westner plus 107 is in second place. Daria Pejek at plus 92 is third. Julie Ospek is fourth place, plus 37. Leslie Bone at plus 33. Jen Higgins plus 32. Ida Anderson plus 30. Kelly Kulik and Camilla Dahmers are both at plus 22. Cassandra Luthold at plus 17 is 10th. And only a few more players plus, so we'll run through them for you. Danielle Marino at plus 13, along with Shannon Salins. Carrie Smith plus 11. Almiguera plus 10. And Aaron Bobler at plus 3. So that is your top 15. After 5 games here in round 1 qualifying, Squad A. Nice split conversion there from Mayfield. Picks up the 410 in the 5th frame. Four frames to go here, game number 6. And just 2 more games to go after this game wraps up. We'll have a short break after this squad ends There is no re-oil. The next squad will be on the lanes to start shortly after we finish this squad. Lindsey Boomershine continuing to bowl well. Double spare strike to start this game. 108 in the fifth for Lindsey. And you can follow her on our live scoring on lanes 41 and 42 if you go to pwba.com/live. You can see the live scoring for any pair in the house. few frames to go here. Game number 6 of 8 in our opening round of qualifying at the U.S. Women's Open. Lily Roble continuing to bowl well this week. She had a bad last game, but she's still only at minus 31. She could shoot a big number this game, 269, if she strikes out 9th and 10th. That would help to move her up quite a bit in the standings. She was plus, but then had a 165 last game. And Lily going to be up on lane 37. Camilla says hi to Aruba. Kayla Bandy leaves the 6, 8, 10. You don't see that one left very often by right-handers. Lily cleans up the spare in the 9th frame. She can still bowl a good game if she strikes out in the 10th. Can still get to plus. In fact, she can still shoot 246, which would move her to plus 15. Kelly Kulik, I believe we watched her bowl a big game last time on these pairs. And she can only max at 212 this game if she strikes out in the 10th. Lindsay Boomershine can only max at 206 this game. Jody Wessner with the 10 pin in the 10th frame on the double. She's looking at 196. Kelly Kulik is going to be in the 190s this game, as is Jody Wessner. And Lindsay Boomershine can only max at 206, so our leaders, Boomershine and Wessner, not really adding much to their totals this game. Just one more ball to go to wrap up game 6 here on our featured pairs. 2 games to go. Here in round 1 for Squad A. All right, underway game 7. Leslie Farrell, Jenny Wegner, Megan McGinley, and Angelica Green are on 35 and 36. 37 and 38, Alice Dryber, Samantha Shaden, Katie Barnes, Daria Pejek. So we've got this game and one more to go here in this first round of qualifying for A squad. Based on some of the scores in that last game, the plus totals for the bowlers in the top few spots in the standings went the wrong direction that game. Daria, who's up on the far right side of your screen here, only shot 172 last game, dropped her total down to plus 64. Should be getting up the updated standings here pretty soon. We have the update now. Lindsay Boomershine still leading, plus 153. Jody Wessner, plus 100. Daria Pajak, plus 64. Leslie Bone, plus 56. Julie Ospek, plus 47. Sixth place, Jennifer Higgins, plus 43. Ami Guetta, plus 36. Carrie Smith is at plus 25. Camilla Dahmers, plus 19. Sandy Gongora, plus 17. Yenny Wegner, plus 14. Kelly Kulik, plus 9. Linda Barnes and Ida Anderson both at plus 6. Lily Roble at plus 5. And Clara Guerrero, plus 3. Aaron Bobler is at even after 6 of 8 games here in round 1 at the Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open. About 4 frames to go here. Game number 7 in our opening round of qualifying at the Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open. Scores went down a little bit. Game 6. And don't forget that there's no real oil today, so B Squad will come in and bowl on the burn this afternoon. About 2.5 frames to go. Game 7 of 8, opening on a qualifying A squad. Lindsay Boomershine leading the field here in this first squad. Looks like Jody Westner, 212 this game. She's a couple of pairs to our right. Looks like on 23 and 24, Danielle Marino with the front 7 this game. You can follow that on our live scoring. pwba.com/live.
All right, so we're getting down to the final shots of game number 7 here. This is Matt Canizaro. Lucas Wiseman just went on a mission. We have some excitement brewing down on lanes 23 and 24. Danielle Marino has the front 9. It's the biggest string of strikes we've seen so far today in our opening round of qualifying here at the 2015 Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open. We'll have live coverage all day long. This is game 7 of 8 for our A squad. B squad coming up this afternoon with 8 additional games. So we're bowling on the fresh lane condition right now. A little bit of struggles here on our featured pairs here in game 7. 114, 176 on our left, 157, 180 on our right. And Angelica Green, our only possibility of a 200 game. She gets the 7 to go late there for the 4-bagger. Green at minus 338. So looking to make some of those pins back up here in game 7. We'll have 8 games, and then these A squatters will take the rest of the day off. They'll be back on the lanes tomorrow afternoon for the second of 3 qualifying blocks. In lanes 37 and 8, our featured pair on the right, all done. Shadden, 192, and Daria Pajak from Poland, 184. Daria was in 3rd place coming into this game at plus 64. On our other pair, Jenny Wagner from Sweden finishes with a 193. Wagner was 11th at plus 14 coming into game 7, so she'll lose a few pins, still be plus 7. Should be good for top 20. And Green finishes with 227, so she'll get a couple pins back there. Players will get on their way, and we'll have game 8, the finale, coming right up. All bowlers this week. We'll bowl 24 qualifying games over 3 days before we cut the field to the top 1/3. And they'll all come back for 8 more games before we get to our top 24 for round robin match play. So a lot of action here at Brunswick Zone Carolier in North Brunswick, New Jersey. And Lucas Wiseman on his way back, so probably not good news for Danielle Marino in her run at 300. Live scoring available at pwba.com. You can check out your favorite players from across the bowling center. Now Lucas Wiseman just walked all the way from lanes 35 and 6 to lane 23 and 24.
She left the bucket with the side dish.
All right. Front 9, 5 count. Challenging lane condition out there, but that'll get Marino back into the plus. She was minus 29, 25th place.
It's a good game. She didn't miss by a whole lot. She just got it a little bit right and it didn't hook.
That'll jump her into the top 10 with 1 game to go. Got to feel pretty good about that start at the U.S. Open. Anytime there's a plus in front of your score, so it's a pretty good feeling, especially between last week and now this week. But you can always expect challenging conditions when you come to the U.S. Open.
All right, so in the final game, there's a lot of pairs down on the low end that are still in Game 7. So for whatever reason, our end of the house moving pretty quick. Not been a very good day for Missy Parkin today. Sitting at minus 184 for the first 7. She had a rough start. Shot 120 out of the gates. Last couple of games have been pretty rough as well. So I'm sure she would like to put up a good number here in this final game to try to get as much as she can. Missy with a double, but not looking terribly happy this afternoon. I think the reason is understandable. Linda Barnes is at minus 4 after shooting 190 last game. Seems like she's got the best score out of anybody on our featured pairs this game.
Lucas, a lot of players getting very minus very early. Could make for...
You could say they're getting very negative very early. That would be about the have a little double meaning there.
Could be a long 24 games, but I would imagine, and I have not experienced it personally, but probably a pretty rewarding experience just to be able to compete in an event like this. Certainly get your money's worth with 24 games against the best in the world. And
well, the good news is for somebody like Missy, I mean, she's minus 184, but it is a lot of games. Still have this game and a lot more, 16 more to go. So it's not when the scores are going to be relatively low, and it's 51st is going to be the cut position. Still have a chance to make the cut, even with a bad day today.
Well, through 6 games, 25th place at minus 29.
Yeah, so
that's kind of your measuring stick for the day. Of course, B squad coming up next, so that's why we made that number 25 instead of 51. 2 pretty even squads as far as numbers and the talent.
it's going to be a while before we get standings after 7. Like I said, they're still bowling on the low end. You can see that if you look at the live scoring at pwva.com/live. Kind of right in the range from lane 17 to 22. They're still finishing up this game. Game number 7, I should say. Just joining us, I'm Lucas Wiseman of Bold TV on Extra Frame, joined by two-time PBA regional casher Matt Cannizzaro in the last 3 weeks. Missy Parkin with the front three. She would love to shoot 300 and get out of here at minus 84. That would be a bit of a roller coaster day for Missy. So we have B squad coming up at 2:30, so in about an hour and 15 minutes from now. B squad will also bowl the first squad tomorrow. A squad will bowl second tomorrow on the burn. And then for Thursday, back to A first, B second, both on fresh. Nice split conversion. Jennifer Russo. Missy Parkin goes a little high, leaves the 4-pin on the front 4. Half a game to go here in round 1 for Squad A. Lana Barnes, a little high 4-9 split in the 7th. Missy continuing to bowl well this game after a rough start to the tournament. Updated standings after 7 games. Lindsay Boomershine went backwards a little bit again. Plus 139. Jody Wessner plus 112. Leslie Bone plus 102. Daria Pajek at plus 48. Danielle Marino, who had the front 9 last game, jumps up to 5th at plus 46. Shannon Plahowski plus 43. Almi Guerra plus 36. Julie Ospak also plus 36. Lily Roble at plus 26. Jen Higgins plus 18. And quite a few other players also in plus territory, but just barely going into the last game. B Squad coming up in about an hour here live on Bowl TV on Extra Frame at the Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open.
All right, so game 8 rolling on here, and Missy Parkins double ends there. She's gonna pick up a few sticks here, minus 184 coming into game 8. Trying to get some momentum going. Tomorrow, all of these players will be on the burn. So they'll have 8 games of traffic ahead of them before their second block of qualifying, and then back on the fresh on Thursday. Two of our top 3 players right now down on lanes 11 and 12. I'm watching here on the live scoring. We are down here behind lanes 35 through 38. Lindsay Boomershine leading the way so far today at plus 139 through 7 games. And on that same pair, Leslie Bone at plus 102. In between them, Jody Wessner, she's on lanes 5 and 6. She's at plus 112. So based on the way this game is going, it's probably going to be Boomershine leading the way for the A squad. So 10th frame underway here. Linda Barnes, the USBC Hall of Famer. Spare here should be in the 170s, and should be just minus 4 coming into this final game. High on the pair by almost 200 pins. So the local, Jennifer Russo, finishes with 189 with open in the 10th. Barnes, 175. Another pair wrapping up the 9th frame now. Sweden's Ida Anderson will step up. She can get back to plus with a double. Valerie Calberry will pick up a few sticks as well. Trying to sigil away at that minus 120. Missy Parkin also looking to grab a few pins here in the final game and I'm sure come up with a game plan for tomorrow to attack the burn. Yeah, she seems to be getting stronger as the day progresses here. So want to take advantage of where your strengths are. Here's Parkin in the 10th. And the flat 10. So matching 10 pins for Anderson and Parkin here in the 10th frame. Both players convert. So Parkin can get to 236. Anderson 217 now. Parkin finishes with the bucket and 232, so she'll be about 150 under with some work to do tomorrow. Right now, after 7 games, 25th place. Minus 56. That number dropped quite a bit between games 6 and game 7. So after this 8th and final game, we'll have an idea. Looks like the top 1/3 will be 51, advancing after 24 games of qualifying. There's still a very long way to go. And that's going to wrap things up here for our 8th and final game. Do appreciate everybody joining us here. Lucas Wiseman coming to say his goodbyes. We'll have the next squad coming up. This afternoon at 2:30 Eastern. And that'll do it. Lucas Wiseman's going to press the button. We'll be back this afternoon with B Squad. Thanks for joining us from the 2015 Bowlmor AMF U.S. Women's Open.